Hello. Oh, I've got myself a monitor. Brilliant. Uh, I am gonna do a Dune stream because I can. Um, Welcome if there's anyone watching already. Um, this week, saw the introduction of a brand new item in Dune, which allows people to transport massive amounts of equipment from Hagga Basin, the kind of starting map, out to the deep desert. So I thought I'd do a challenge week where I don't bring anything from Hagga Basin out to the deep desert just because. So that's the plan today. What we'll be taking is a full set of gear, including shields and suspensor belts, etc. So we're taking tools with us, but that's it as far as materials go. We're also only going to be taking a scout. Hang on, I need to kind of mute my monitoring. Bear with me a sec. This one, and then ooh, ah, right. I will carry on with it. Okay, so yes, full set of gear. We've got some fuel to get started, and we're going to take out a scout. So we're going to leave the, believe it or not, this is an assault parked inside a spice refinery. Okay. We're going to take the scout with us, which we can put away into our backup tool when we aren't using it, which is great. And we're going to head out to the deep desert and see if the plan is to build every single kind of structure, like all of the functional stuff. So different types of storage, different types of refining, different types of power, like everything. Oh, big old spice blow somewhere. Oh, there it is. They're so pretty. The purple good stuff. So we will be getting a lot of spice this week as well. Majority of it is going to be through compacting because getting a sand crawler and a carryall together requires quite a lot of resources. And in order to get that point, you need quite a lot of spice to get the end game refiners to be able to produce in those kinds of quantities. I will be using method.gg and Dune.gaming tools to look at the DD map when I need to look at points of interest and where I might want to put down a base, which I'm actually going to do right now because I want to find out where is sensible to put my base. I'm probably still going to build on the PvE PvP line. Even though I've basically got nothing with me yet. So let's see. I usually like to go fairly central. I'm not going to need a lot of space, which is good. I think we'll just go find somewhere in E5 if we can, which is dead center. So in we go. Deep desert, day one, challenge week, no materials from Hagga. Let's go. So, first time out since the wipe, all of the map has the Fog of War Shroud. We may actually use the probes and unveil all of the sectors out here this week, which is something I don't normally do. Firstly, because you can look up the information on a website, and secondly, because I no longer need XP because I'm max level. But it's a great way to get XP. So, yeah, that looks about right. 10k out. Let's go. We do want to pick up some granite and some scrap metal and some power cells just to get a very basic base sword. So they should be pretty prolific this side of the PvP line. Interestingly, the further north you go, the less you'll find things like scrap metal and granite. In fact, granite, very rare beyond Ebro. So first pickup, we'll get some of this, probably far too much because we've got a tier 6 cut array, but we can always drop stuff. Okay, so now just some granite. We have got a scanner on this scout, so once I find an island that has a bit of granite on it, I'll probably scan it just to make sure it shows up on the map, because I'll be going through a lot of granite. Ah, look, there's some immediately. Excellent. I did think about doing this with, like, no scout and effectively just parking it up and not using it for the week. But there are, well, diamond dust appears to be the only thing that you cannot get directly out here in the deep desert. Hey, that's some fellow building. Nice box. We'll try to avoid making a boxy base, but it's going to be function over form to start with. So our priorities are going to be having somewhere that we can shelter. So just getting a basic structure up, having some power, which protects it from the storms, or just general wear. Then priority 2 is probably going to be getting water production up, it being the desert. However, you know what? I'm going to resist. I was going to go straight for that crash ship. We'll be looting a lot of those, but I don't have any space. So that's the other thing we need to get set up, is some decent storage space. So there are, let me look, like 3 smallish islands up here in E5. I'm hoping one of them won't be taken. Quite often what most people will do is they'll bring a whole load of resources out here so that they can produce and refine at the top level right away. And that includes things like pentashields, which just make it convenient to fly into your base and keep your vehicle sheltered. Those sorts of things are luxuries that we won't be having for a little while yet. So there are our 3 islands. I think they should all be in PvE. And if so, we'll take the most northerly one. So I did some research last week to find out what resources are available out here in the DD and what's not. It appears to be just diamond dust. Hey, there's someone's taken that one. Let's see if we can grab this one. It appears to just be diamond dust that isn't available out here. Some things are very rare, like military power regulators. Not the overclocked ones, but the tier down from that, if you like. But they were obtainable through one of the test stations when I was testing last week, and I'm hoping there'll be a test station this week that will allow for it too. This'll do. This is probably enough that no one else is going to bother building here, which is kind of all I need for now. So, having said I'm not going to have a boxy base, watch me put a box up. We'll try to have a little bit of styling to it. I'm just going to box in this rock, because we might incorporate it into the design later, but I don't want to get too kind of caught up in base design right now. No doubt there will be a lot of that later, because I love me some building. let's do a bit of this. Bit of this. Stick some roofs instead of ground because there's no stability. And I guess we want to go up another one. Actually, just give us a level platform to start working with. How is that unstable? Okay, we'll put another one down here. Yeah, there we go. Have one here. Should I just go down a bit? Oh yeah, I should. So let's make sure this has got looks semi-reasonable. And we're already out of granite. Amazing. I'm so used to having like pretty much infinite amounts of it. We do need to get some walls up before a storm starts. So how far back was that granite deposit? It was quite far back. Okay. So let's see where our nearest granite's going to be. Probably that rock there. 2k out is not too bad. I will just double check here. Because if there is some, that would be awesome. Basalt, which, if you're sensible, will have joined a faction and have access to that as a building resource. I, however, am not sensible, so I'm neutral and don't have access. So hopefully at least one, if not two, granite nodes here. Excuse me. Plenty of metal. Ah, there's somebody else scouting. Oh. Mine. I don't know what he's going for, but this is what we came for. I do need to get storage and walls up, like, now. So that's not too bad. 2k away is a granite node. I need to be semi-sensible about durability on my tools because I'm not going to be able to repair anything for quite a while. So once we get back, walls up, generator, storage. And I'll worry about how silly it looks later. So, yeah, let's have that there. We'll have the other window type here. More windows. What is that fell down? Oh, strange. Oh, it's because I deleted the roof tile while I had full inventory. Let's just go for those. And screw it, we'll have one of those. I'm not gonna go more than one high for now. There's just no point. Let's get some roofs on. Angled corner. Angled corner. Reverse corner. Reverse corner. That doesn't look right. Oh. It's because we want these ones. Okay, so we're water sealed. Now we need some power. Just stick this in the corner. Power it up. 6 days. Great. Okay, let's get some storage. To be semi-sensible about where I locate these. I mean, they can all be moved, actually. It doesn't really matter. And we're going to be using these for quite a while, because the next ones require iron or steel. I can't remember. Okay. I guess a way in and out and a landing pad's probably sensible. Let's do it on the north side. It's going to look a bit floaty for a while until I stock up on some granite, but I want to kind of get through the progression tree and start working out exactly what I need to survive. Okay, so we are going to be doing some blood purification in order to have water to start with. So in order to get that, we are going to need refineries. Iron, silicon, complex machinery. That's fine. I think we can just skip past this. We don't really need that. We will need one of these. And we want to ladder these up as quickly as we can. So we want to produce steel, cobalt, paste, fine, complex machinery. Okay. So let's have one of these. And gonna need a chemical refiner, which requires copper. Okay, so I think we're gonna just produce what we need as we go, rather than making a shopping list. I'm sure shopping lists will come later, but for now, this will do. So we need some copper, which is a blue-looking node. Just in case there's one on my doorstep. Looking like a no, which is fine. Let's check this small island. I think, no, that was just basalt that was there. So we're going to need copper, we're going to need iron, and I can't remember what you use with iron to create steel, but we'll need some of that too. That copper node, I'll do. I don't think we're going to need a lot of copper, but I may as well get a full backpack full. A full. So at the moment I'm spec'd out for combat, but depending on how challenging this week is, I may respec for resource gathering. You can respec every 2 days, so we'll see. We'll see how it goes. Because I'm using the kind of top tier cut array to gather resources by hand, you get quite a lot anyway. I mean, you saw that filled my inventory with 2 nodes, which is great. It's very tempting to go and pick up this spice sand that's on my doorstep, but there'll be plenty of time for that. So let's get this stashed away, get some of it cooking. There's no water requirement for this, so we may as well just process the lot. So we're looking for iron ore and carbon ore. Okay, so iron ore is in B3 this week, it looks like. So let's head over there. B3. So every week the deep desert resets, the location of resources is changed. I think there are probably a fixed number of layouts. They don't seem to be entirely randomized, but um, websites like method.gg and dune.gaming.tools have some great maps. They're usually pretty complete within a few hours of the desert resetting. Um, and one of the things that changes locations is high density of iron ore. I'm going to need carbon ore. Carbon ore actually is right next to me by the looks of things in D6, which is great. Oh, there we go. So the early parts of this kind of challenge week are very much going to be just kind of farming up some resources. But pretty soon we're going to need to be hitting testing stations in Aero and beyond in both PvE and PvP I'll be doing. I really want to pick up these crash ships, but I should resist until I've got at least some decent storage for stuff. God, it's cold. Brr. And it's probably cold where we are as well, because it's the desert and it's nighttime. And it gets super cold in the deserts at night. Oops. That's something that I do need to be aware of. Like, I won't be able to replace Thopter parts, but you can repair them with a repair tool. So if they start to wear out, I can at least repair those. So I think this rock here is probably what we're looking for. I may make myself a scout storage unit just to kind of be able to bulk gather a few things. We'll see. I think we're going to be able to ladder up through the production facilities very quickly. That looks like what we're here for. Ah, we're in PvP too, so who knows? Maybe someone will try having a go. Best of luck to them if they do. Wow, 2 nodes and I'm going to be full again. I may need to consider dropping off all non-essentials just to give myself an extra bit of volume. Yeah, it's not a lot. Let's see. I am going to need to get water production online. So I'm wearing a still suit, mostly, apart from some soft step boots to reduce worm aggro when compacting. But I only have a very small literjon of water. It only holds 3,000 milliliters. Which should be fine, but I'd be more comfortable if we had some more production. But what could I drop for more weight? That's 8. Most of this stuff is really lightweight. That's big, the blood bag. So I think if I'm not going out to get blood, then that actually saves me 20 volume between the filter extractor and the blood bag. Yeah, that's definitely worth leaving at home if I don't need to stock up on stuff. We may be able to bypass the blood tier entirely. We'll have to see how it goes. And if I get really stuck for water, the aero testing stations have water in them, so I can go and just kind of loot it out of there. But I'd rather be producing my own. I should put the game music on. What am I doing? Audio. Music. Let's try there-ish. I'd normally have it off because there are a lot, although the music is fantastic, there are a lot of sounds in the musical score that sound a little bit like ornithopters, a little bit like player footsteps. I'm pretty confident Funcom knew this when they were doing it. So I normally have them turned off for PvP reasons. But the score is beautiful. Although having said that, I'm not hearing anything yet. Let's have a look. Music's up. I know the master volume's down, but we'll see. Worm sign. Right under my base. Thank goodness for rocks. Right, let's stash this. That is still going. So this actually requires water. Interesting. Okay. So I guess we're making some water storage. We do need to make this. And I guess quite a few of these. Just so we can store enough water to process into iron. I guess we probably want even this basic blood bank. How are we still powered? So, just off one generator. Oh, we've still got another 20 to go. Okay, so, oops. So we've got this. Storage we don't need to worry about. Fabricator we don't need. We will want this at some point relatively soon. I'd quite like to get this up and running just to build a storage for the scout. These are going to be a little way off. So, we need water. That's essentially all we need. We are going to need etherite, and we're going to need flour sand eventually. For now, I guess we're going to go and exsanguinate some some people. NPCs, I should point out. Let's have a look. Let's go to station D3 and kill some dudes and take their blood. Not a vampire game, I promise. Hello. I'm gonna butcher pronouncing your name there. Enoliel. Welcome to the stream. Thanks for stopping by. If you got any questions, let me know. I'm not great at reading chat, so if it takes a while for me to get back to you, that's why. I'm just not used to having many people type in chat. That's what it is. But thank you for stopping by. If you got any questions, like I say, just let me know. D3 I said, didn't I? Yeah. So it's probably that rock out in the distance there. Oh, it's Hermit. I've just read the message properly. Oh, hi, Hermit. Thank you for stopping by. That's very kind of you. Hermit is a friend from Secret World Legends, and they're absolutely lovely. I think their other half does some streaming every now and then as well. I was, in fact, on the Secret World earlier, and was planning on hanging around for the League of Monster Slayers daily raid, but the servers were being reset, so sad face, no raid today. So I'm pretty sure it's this rock. I won't know until I get a little bit closer. It could be that one, actually. Yep, it is. You can just about see the door there. The great server reset does indeed come for us all. They had some unexpected things with the patch they released today for this. What was supposed to be a 2-hour update was then slated for 4 hours, and they got it up in sort of 3-ish. The usual fun and games. Right. Yeah, I definitely need to get some water going. Could well be the first people to do this station because the servers have not been back up for very long. So this is my normal loadout. So we've got a knee charge, which is nice and quick, stuns the enemies. We've got a teleport behind them, stun them, which is clearly very useful. A reflect damage and put a bleed on them, which is also very useful. Oh. There they go, he died to the bleed. Oh, I need to start using my filter extractor, which is something I don't normally carry, so I'm going to forget to do that a lot. So this is storing blood in a blood bag, as well as putting water into my Liturgion water bottle, sippy cup, if you will. So this room's kind of fun. It's got a lock door you can get through before you kill all the bad guys. I always run straight to the back, teleport to this guy, and take him out because he's a sniper and can be problematic. Don't think we're going to need most of this stuff. Should be checking like there's going to be so many things that I never loot that I'm potentially actually going to need for this week. I think I will go and get this. I'll go and get the key to this door before I finish off this first wave. So this, we're currently in a lock room, which has waves of enemies, which have to be killed before you can progress. And if you die, if you can get back quick enough, it doesn't reset. It's a bit more generous than it has been in the past with that, but sometimes you just got to start again. I think teleporting behind opponents and stunning them is it's pretty hard to beat that skill, really. Especially if you're melee like I am. Shield's in the bottom left. You can see I'm flashing. That's because the energy of the shield is quite low. These assault rifle guys can burn through shields very quickly. If you allow your shield to get fully depleted, it takes quite a while for it to come back. And with my loadout, that makes me extremely vulnerable. So priority one is not letting it get low enough to go out, as it were. Did I get the key? I did not get the key. I opened the door and then didn't pick up the key. Genius. I got distracted by the intel because I can actually pick it up for a change. Right. So the waves get increasingly difficult with more bad guys and more variation in the different types that come after you. Generally speaking, the last wave is going to have flamethrower mobs, which actually aren't as scary as like they sound like they should be. So these minigun mobs, they sound like they're doing a lot, but actually they don't do a lot of damage to shields. The assault rifle guys do a lot more. If your shield goes down, the minigun guys are a problem. But until they go down, you can kind of ignore them a bit. Some of them do seem to have either a bug or a perk in the background where they do double damage to shields. I don't know whether that's some of them have a slightly different weapon that looks the same, but yeah. Occasionally they will chew through shields like butter, but mostly they're fine. Right, yeah, I did open this. We'll hear a noise in a moment which indicates new mobs have spawned. That noise. I wonder if they're going to come down here to try and get me. It'd be kind of annoying if they do. Oh, there's one more chest. Nope. Oh, wait. Oh, yep, that's a few. Whoops. Two heavies, okay. Ow. Oh shit. Oh shit. Let's just deal with this round here. Melee guy should come for me. Well-timed block parries. Oops. Oh, I am getting beaten. So yeah, there's a block system and a parry system for a timed block, which gives you the advantage and time to attack back, counter attack. Oh, see, there's two heavies. Two heavies chew through a shield quite a bit, but I probably could have still stood there and took it before they had to reload. Let's go for this one. Oh. Suspensor Blast. It's more annoying than dangerous. Like, it does put a debuff on you where your dodges take twice as much stamina, but the actual damage that it does is negligible. Ooh. 10-second cooldown on the knee is very handy. In order to slow blade through an enemy's shield, you need to stun them first. So that's a nice quick stun. I should also put my life sign scanner on. It just shows up people's water signatures so I can see if there's any NPCs left. That's a lot of them. Nope. Oh, that was too greedy. Yeah. So now the bar on the bottom left is taking much longer to recharge. and I am vulnerable to any attack that actually lands on me, ranged or melee. Do also have a sword which does an AoE parry, and this particular sword also applies a bleed if you get 2 parries in quick succession. Bleeds, as you might imagine, are a damage over time. So, yeah, they don't do a lot of shields damage, but 3 of them at the same time, that will constitute quite a lot of damage. So we'll just try and thin the numbers. Whoops. Hey, Welly, thanks for stopping by, buddy. Yeah, I figured you'd be working, man. I hope they're treating you alright. No, nothing virtually on fire. I need to remember to exsanguinate these guys. I already forgot, like, just did the first 2 and then completely forgot about it. Almost filled up the container already. Yeah, that's it, full. Awesome. Okay, well that was easy. So, we kind of just came here to pick up blood, but because we're in a lock room, we need to finish the instance in order to get out. I think there'll probably be 2 more waves, although we are on flamethrower mobs already, so we'll see. The knee charge there not only acting as a stun, but also as mobility. So even if you don't hit a target with it, you can use it to close the gap, which if you're playing melee like me, is quite important. The weirding step stun also, for some reason, gives you enough time to land 2 slow blades against heavies, unlike any other stun. Or possibly the other Bene Gesserit ones might work the same. I use the weirding step because it has the teleport aspect and a lower cooldown than the other ones. So see, 2 slow blades before he could really do anything. Yep, that was it. Okay, so we're going to grab the key. And I'm actually going to take all of these. Normally I would leave all of that stuff because I have literally thousands of them in Hagga, but this week that's the challenge. No stuff with us other than equipment. I don't need any of that. I'll take these just in case. Again, I'll just take everything in case it's useful. Let's get this blood back. I can totally see us ending up needing 2 blood processors because we can get 30,000 milliliters of blood very quickly. I do wonder whether I should be putting some of the liquid from the Litajon into our system as well, because this, when it extracts blood, also produces water, and it would be a shame to waste water. Yeah, I think I'll empty like half of the Litajon into the system as well. Might be able to kickstart some iron processing. There is absolutely no benefit to flying upside down, but it amuses me. Fuel. Fuel is going to be a pressure, but we already have a chemical refinery, so we can produce some fuel already, provided we have the water. Yeah, water is going to be like the biggest thing. So, I think probably getting the upgraded blood extractor processing is going to be very important. And then working our way up to the first wind trap. Maybe we should go straight for wind traps and death stills. I'll have to take a look when we get back. Is our neighbor? See how his base is coming along. Yeah, I mean, that's technically a base. Right. So how much blood can this hold? Deposit all blood. I can hold, like, very little. Okay. So how much power does it use? 10. So we can actually make 2 more of those, and we probably should. Refineries, blood. Deposit all. Deposit all. And I'm going to put some water into the system here. Yeah, let's put like 3 cores and go and kill some more people. This should allow me to produce some this. Great. So we do need some more iron ore. Was there a cave island nearby? Excuse me, just checking the websites. Deep desert. Caves. There is a cave on the same island as the iron ore, so let's go and grab some more iron ore and pop into the caves. Hopefully there'll be some bad guys we can squish. Oh, let's unload our inventory first. So storage is just going to be an absolute mess to start with. I hate it, but it's just the way it's got to be to start with. It will get organized later, I promise. We don't need any schematics, so we'll just upload them. Sometimes we may not even bother looting them because they have less value than the materials inside chests. To me at this point, anyway. So yeah, there should be a cave. Was it D3? No, it's B3. B3. Yeah, there should be a cave in this quadrant somewhere. I think as soon as we have access to some bigger storage, I did notice that there's a titanium node on the island where our base is, so I should probably be picking that up every time I see it's available, because we're going to need a lot of titanium in the long run. But if I can finish today's session with some passive water generation, I will be happy. So we're going to be needing cobalt paste, we're going to need flour sand, probably lots of steel. Excuse me. So 3k out, pick up some iron, exsanguinate some more bodies. It'd be interesting to see, like, mentally make note of what the ratio of blood to water is with this extractor, because it actually produces water and blood at the same time, provided you got space for it. In Hagga Basin, in the early stages, you can also take advantage of dew reapers. So there are kind of patches of flowers, which, if you look in the top right, you can see there's a day-night cycle, and that blue line following night is dawn, where there's a lot of dew on the plants, and you can literally harvest the plants for dew. But you can't do that out in the deep desert. So your water options are blood, wind, or wind. This is the cave. I think this might actually be an aetheryte cave. Let's have a look. It is. Okay. So we're going to need a load of this stuff too. But for now, we'll just stick with the iron. But it's kind of handy they're both in the same place. Part of me is actually tempted to relocate my base over here temporarily. That would probably be more sensible, so I probably won't do it, being a not very sensible person. I suppose I could build a second base here. See if there's any granite. If there's some granite nearby, I will actually do that. Looks like a no. Okay, that's fine. I could always fly some granite out here. Yeah, I definitely want to sort out the space thing. Right, another cave on the way back, maybe? D3 north side. D3 north side. Let's see what's in there. Wonder how much a basic water thing holds. 20,000? Oh, that's the Mark 6. Yeah, we're a little way off that. So this holds 1,000. This is aluminium tier, so we're a bit away from that too. Okay. In hindsight, I probably should have given myself the best, largest Liturgon instead of just the super lightweight one. But that's okay. I could always produce more blood filtration things as well. May well do that. Because I think they produce quite slowly. Right, any caves here? There's a station. That's the station we cleared earlier. I think there's a cave on this next outcrop. Yeah. Squish, squish. So 300 milliliters per body. That's pretty good. Ah, interesting. So it doesn't extract water if the blood bag is full. I'll double check that with this guy, but seems to be the case, which makes sense because it's filtering out the blood, and if you're not getting the blood, yep. Okay. We are going to need EMF generators and all kinds of stuff, but not quite yet. Should be scanning all these rock outcrops just so that I know what resources are where. We should have some iron produced when I get back though. And we can stick another batch on. I was just trying to work out why I didn't have my las gun in my loadout. It's because I'm using a filter extractor for like the second time ever. I used it at the start of the game, and then that was about it. As soon as I got access to a still suit. The still suit creates water in the bottom left, the second blue bar, which you can just drink from over time. Because I do all my combat in a still suit as well, I rarely run out of water. It's only for production that becomes an issue. So I think we'll need more power in order to make more blood extractors, but we'll see how quickly they're processing stuff. And it could well be we actually just make the next tier of blood extractors, which can hold more blood and are more efficient about how much water they get out of it. So yeah. These don't take a lot. So we've got 58 iron, another 59. Right, what can we make out of iron that is going to make things better for us? This. This is what we can make that will make things better for us. Although, can this produce steel? I think maybe we go straight to steel. That might be the sensible thing. And so, if we've got steel, we can produce a death still, which is very good. So, silicon block, steel. See what the ratio is on the steel. It is only 1. 1 to 4. So we would need 61, 20, 240 carbon ore. I think we should just go and get 240 carbon ore. I think it's going to make, excuse me, a lot more sense. I think I said D6, didn't I? Yeah. Carbon ore. D6, north. So it should be here-ish. Which is really close. It is on another control point, so it's PvP enabled, but I doubt. I suspect this week, with the inclusion of the giant new carrier box, very few people are going to be coming to these locations. Speaking of which, I should probably just unlock it, but I think I'll just gather some extra intel for a little while. Once you have unlocked everything for 4 intel points, you can no longer pick them up. So leaving something still available whilst you collect a whole load of it for future updates can save you some time getting research points, intel points as they call it. Right, it should be, yep, here it is. These white nodes probably fill up with 2. Yep. Okay, that was easy. So much purple stuff. Must resist. For now. I think maybe we get a second refinery going. So one's producing iron, the other's producing steel. Which means we'll need more power, but that's easy. Power. Oh, we're out of metal. Okay. I really picked an island that has nothing. Oh, there we go. Let's get the grappling hook out, or sugar wire as it's called in this. Whee! Okay. So just stick a second one in front here. Go into the storage on this, right click to split it, take half the fuel cells, and shove it in the other one. So now we should be able to make a second small refinery. God, we're going to run out of space quite quickly. 44 steel, that seems pretty good. So we also need aetheryte and silicon blocks. Sorry, cobalt paste and silicon blocks. So the aetheryte, we actually know where it is. Thinking. There's some aetheryte in E9 too. I think probably... Yeah, probably just go and get some of that. And I think I will drop off some weight so that we can pick up extra. Not going to need those. Honestly, I'm not going to need the spice feed either, but we may use it later. We are going to need loads of plants for filters in a bit, so they can go in the box. Yeah, okay. Aetheryte. And keep half an eye open for some white dust on the surface, which indicates flower sand. Ah, there's some right there. That's handy. So, whilst we're flying back out to the aetheryte cave, which is here, let's see what we can do to increase our water production. Iron, silicon. We do need some complex machinery for both of these. Okay. And we definitely want these medium cisterns for water. Yeah. So, stock up on some aetheryte. Get that cooking as much as we can with the water flow that we've got. Then we are going to grab some flower sand. And then try and find some complex machinery. Complex machinery, ironically, is not very hard to get. We'll go scouting for down ships as that's the best place for them. I'll just check out what the PvP stations are this week. Okay. Yeah, there's one which is quite hard, which would be fun to do. So we'll probably do that after we've gathered a few resources and got them cooking. So I think the aim will be expand out the storage capability we have for water instead of using these copper containers as soon as we can, and combine that with death stills, which will convert bodies into large amounts of water. They do take an hour to process, so the most important thing is to make sure you've got enough space for the water that's going to be produced, which is why we're going to need the medium storage, which is steel and flower sand, if I remember correctly. I think we'll stock up on aetheryte here, and if we see a down ship on the way back, we will stop for complex machinery, in case they've got any. I think there's an entrance this side, memory serves. It does. Like a glove. So probably only 2 nodes of this because we're so limited on storage. Hello, game. Thank you. A little bit more than 2. They should respawn relatively quickly. So we'll have a quick look at where we're getting reports of downed ships. Important shipwrecks. D3, E5. Okay, so we'll do like a little staggered journey back. And we'll fly quite high because you can see them from a reasonable distance. Now I'm regretting not stopping at the ones we saw earlier, but we were full. Okay, so there's a sandstorm at our base at the moment. Ah, there it is. Now the question is it going horizontal or diagonal? It's going diagonal, so that's fine. No fallen ships, though. I was going to go and look for some buried treasure there, and then I realised I left my compactor back at base, so that was pointless. But we will be back for that flower sand in just a moment. In fact, I'll drop a marker. Beep, 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 beep. I'm still not getting any music through, so let me give it a bit of a boost. I would put the radio stations on, but I'd much rather have the actual in-game music. Let's drop this. Empty this as much as we can. Get a bit of this processing. Yeah. Pick up a compactor. Wow, that was janky. So not far to go for this flower sand, which is honestly just going to sit in a box for a little while whilst we work out our water production. Season of the pilot. Right. Let's try not to get eaten. So we do have soft step boots on, which is good. So don't make as much noise as we might. And we also have Mark 6 Plastinium unique compactor, which also makes slightly less noise. Or vibration, I should say. Be surprised if we don't track a worm at least once before we fill up, though. Right, looks like we're going to get away with it. Yep. Simples. Oh. Get in the vehicle. Okay. That's a problem. There we go. I was weird. It wouldn't let me get in the vehicle. Which is a horrible way to die to a sandworm. I've been there before. So we'll stash this. We'll go exsanguinate some more people in one of the PvP labs and hopefully pick up some complex machinery or find a wreck on the way there. We may have to just build this next tier of blood refinery. We'll see. We'll see how it goes. That's the shields going back up after the sandstorm passed. What else should I bring with me to a station out in PvP land? These, I guess. This is all looking fine. Nah, don't need rockets. So let's do the G3 one. See if we can find some wrecks on the way. G3. Here-ish. I think the yields from fallen ships are generally a bit higher than what you'll find in the PvE zones. But not always. I think there's enough variability that sometimes a PvP one is worse than a PvE one, and sometimes a PvE one is better than a PvP one. But generally the PvP ones have better yields. Is that a cave? That black dot? Or is it just something not loaded? It is something not loaded. I think that's a layout where they probably were going to have a cave entrance and didn't. I finally got a bit of music going. Might give it a bit of lift. Of course, it instantly disappears. Oh no, here we go. It's just very subtle. There's a large spice crater. We may well end up doing some compacting on a large spice crater if we can get an assault together. Um, Getting the diamondine dust, however, I foresee as being a bit of a problem. I didn't manage to find any sources of it out here in the deep desert last week. Getting in Hagga is easy, but easy is not the point of this week. I think that's probably the test center rock cluster. There's another crater, quite close to each other. Neither of them are up either. Yeah, this is going to be our testing station rock. Ooh, in we go. Like, we'll be okay if we do encounter players and we end up dying. But we're definitely going to need to minimize that whilst we can't repair most of our gear. Just change my skills up. Take wielding step. Should also try and take note of which stations have water in them. Positioning yourself so that the enemy you're fighting is between you and other ranged troops is a good way of blocking damage. Although it doesn't do damage, although they can't damage each other, they can block shots for you. So these don't have any water in them. Sometimes they do. Oops. I need one of these. Thought I heard someone then. It's the music, man. It's very similar to footsteps and all kinds of other noises. Right. So this station has, I think, 3 lock rooms, making it one of the more challenging ones to do solo. But I think we'll be alright. I've done it a few times. I should be checking for loot. I'm so used to doing these and not really looting anything. Whoops. Wow, that's a lot of shots. Fuck. That's not good. Okay, shield's back. That's a very large number of assault rifle mobs to get in a single wave. It's kind of unlucky. Uh-oh. So that person there in chat, in DD chat, well, both of those. Second one won the competition for laser schematics off of me and plast and stuff. And the first one is someone that might show up in this testing station. He's a nice guy and normally peaceful, so we should be fine. And Breeder is also lovely. I mean, we kind of lucked out on our server. The community here are great. There was a few unsavory types in the earlier days, but they all got bored and moved on, so we're left with quite a nice community. Right up the bum. Poor bastard. Oops. God damn it. Finish him off. There we go. So sometimes just letting your shield take a few hits is quite good. It allows you time to get stuff off a cooldown. And I have some passive skills which make me incredibly difficult to stagger, so I take more light attacks than people without those perks. It's 5 lights to stagger me. I should be checking all these rooms for stuff. Oh, I forgot to exsanguinate anyone as well, but there'll be plenty of people in the next room. Take these. Actually, we don't need these. We need these. I probably need some armor plates. Let's get this blood while I remember. See it filling both our blood bag and our water bag up. Ah, interesting. It won't actually let you collect any more intel. Ah. Okay, well, we might as well unlock this now. Ta-da! Nice. So we want to keep our hydration bar in the bottom left in the third of the 3 sections for increased stamina due to some of the perks that I've got running. Almost death by camera angle then. I exsanguinated the staircase, as you do. Ooh, plastinium. That we will want lots of. How much does one ingot of that weigh? It's one volume. It sounds like not much, but actually it's quite a lot for one ingot. Ooh, that's a lot of dudes. So annoying when they don't get finished off. Uh-oh. There are a few attacks which actually just won't finish off a downed mob. They're effectively invulnerable to them, which is pretty frustrating. So a heavy stab attack is the same as a lunging attack plus a light attack. And these AR mobs take 3 heavy attacks or equivalents, which is 3 lights or 1 light and 1 running attack. Quite like to be getting shot less. We can use the pillars here to block line of sight so that we reduce the amount of incoming shots we're taking. And again, we're going to use the NPC to try and block some of the shots from some of them. And fail, but we tried. So heavies do actually take more than 3 heavy attacks if you are not piercing the shield. Because weirdly, an unshielded heavy attack does less damage than a shielded one. Because reasons. I think we've probably got one more wave here. Oh no. Just as it tells me I've got access. Okay, so we are full up on our containers. I think we may need to, excuse me, just patrol the desert a bit and look for some crash ships for some complex machinery. They do drop in quite large stacks, so if we can find one downed wreck, we're probably going to get enough parts for a few buildings we need. I'll take them. I don't really need them. I'm actually going to take these and break them down. We may find a source of diamondine dust through stuff that we can recycle. I thought he was low. So the knee charge, as well as stunning and having a short cooldown, also does damage through shields. Not a lot, but it does some. And actually, in a long fight against an opponent, if you're stopping them from being able to heal, can make a difference. Just wait for the shield to come back a bit. Okay, so this is the last lock room for this station. This station has another resource room off to the left there, which we'll be checking on the way out. Need to find a source for military power regulators. Oh, that's not good. Oh dear, that's really not good. It's far more damage than I was expecting. Gotta thin out these assault rifle mobs. Go down. Jeez. They shred through threads. Bleh. Get my words out. Shred through shields very quickly when there's a few of them. Oh, run. I should keep my health topped up as well, because dying against NPCs is embarrassing. I think one more, maybe two more waves. If they come out with flamethrowers this wave, it's probably the last one. Yeah, I think this will be the last wave because they've got flamethrowers. That's not good. So we're in focus mode a little bit here, trying not to die. Oh, crap. That's not good. I may go down here. Yep. And shredded. Damn. That's okay. It happens. So we'll just wait for a moment. And we should be able to get back there before they all respawn. Obviously, this station with multiple lock rooms, if you can't get back there before it resets, it's kind of sucky because you have to start again. I could have also taken a respawn beacon with me, which in hindsight I will do this time. Normally I don't bother. So this timer for respawn isn't always accurate. So I'll try it again at 1 minute 40 and it'll probably work. Oops. Yeah, see, that respawned well before the timer was elapsed. And I think I will put some metal here somewhere. Oops. Let's make a respawn beacon. Actually, I might as well stash this stuff that I'm going to recycle as well while I'm here. Died though, for shame. For shame. Right. I'm quite far out, but I think we'll make it in time. Watch us like have half a dozen crash ships now that I actually want to beeline straight for the station. What's missing here? Don't know. So when you die in PvP, you do drop some things out of your inventory. We'll see when I go and reclaim my course, but the majority of your loadout remains with you. You do take a durability loss, which is something I need to be very careful about until I have the ability to repair my stuff. So are we going to make it back in time? I'm pretty sure we will, but not 100%. And if we don't, then I'm going to clear it anyway out of spite. So not only is this week hard mode in terms of bringing no resources from Hagga, it's also semi-hard mode because I'm only using melee. I do have, excuse me, I do have a rocket launcher, but that's mostly to deter people that are running rockets on their Thopters. Two clicks. Can see the entrance. So because this is PvP, if you use a respawn beacon outside in these stations, well, firstly I would recommend not using them inside the station. And secondly, don't put them anywhere where they're obvious, because they can be very easily destroyed. I think I'll stick one like here. That seems good. Right, fingers crossed no respawn. Let's get the water scanner out. Life sign scanner, I should say. Looks like the first room hasn't respawned, so we should be fine. Yep. Okay. Good, good. And it was on the last wave of the last lock room, of course. Where'd that guy come from? It's got no shield either. So I wonder if we'll get another wave or not. I'm thinking probably not. Yep, that's clear. Okay. Take these. I will actually take these steel plates. I don't normally, but they can be used in the advanced fabricator to create some things which are easier to make than find. Two pretty bad weapons. Oh, I forgot the key. There we go. So, little resource room on the left here outside. Oh. Ah, yeah, because I came from outside the station, I'm missing the yellow key. I need to go and get it again. Hopefully they don't respawn. Oh, yeah, my corpse. Yeah, that's good. Yeah. Let's run and see if we can get this yellow key in time. Think it's in here. Yep. Put the weapon away because you move slightly faster without a weapon out than you do with a weapon. Okay, so now if they respawn, it doesn't matter. Right, let's see if this was actually worth it. Nope. And not really. Yeah. Sad. Oh well. So I think what we want is we want a downship. We're going to need this complex machinery. Okay, let me consult my maps again. I think we'll head towards H6, which has another station in it, in the hopes that we find a wreck en route. Is there a cave? There's a cave in H7 too. We'll fly relatively high looking for crash ships. Welcome back, Welly. I didn't think you missed very much. I died. But, yeah, that's about it. I died to NPCs as well, which is kind of shameful for me. But yeah, we're looking at trying to ramp up our water production at the moment because almost everything we process out here requires water. And at the moment, we're only producing it by feeding a machine blood, which is a bit of a slow process. So ideally, we will find, yes, indeed, F for respects. Ideally, we'll find a crash ship which will have some complex machinery in it, which will enable us to get a death still online, which we can put corpses in instead of just a blood bag, and it generates a lot more water. But we will need to find a crashed ship, which is somewhat randomized in terms of their location. And if we're lucky, we'll actually see one explode in the sky and we'll be able to swoop straight down onto it. Well, I say straight down onto it. do ensure the vehicle has come to a full stop before you attempt to climb on those, or they will kill you. Where are we? H5. What did I say? H6. Okay. No wrecks, though. That must be the location of the next station. Might have to do a sweep in the PvE area looking for wrecks. I'd rather not, though. Most of them do seem to be on the west side, though. So, of course, we're on the east. There's Durgan in DG chat. Sorry, Deep Desert chat. He's another nice guy. Yes, this is the lab. So this one's just got a single lock room. I don't know what Dasini is. Hey, Lone Wolf's even out here. It's unusual to see them in DD. I think because of this change, a lot more people will be tempted to come out into the deep desert. Because they can carry stuff a lot better. Okay, so this is a good station for filling up water bottles. So H6 for emergency water bottle filling. So single lock room here, 3 mob spawn points. There's one here, and then there's 2 on the far west end of this arena. One sniper guy at the back here, take him out first. Boop. Okay. So we'll grab these seeds. I don't think we actually need them for anything important, but better to have them and not need them. Coca-Cola's venture into bottled water. Peckham tap water. Yeah, I did. Bit of a hole in the ground there, Van Gogh. I got a bling, which was a notification of some sort, but I don't know what it was, so thank you, whoever that was, for whatever it was. It looks like the last patch, just judging by chat, actually reset everyone's intel points, which is interesting. I know that some people were kind of stockpiling them a bit. Which, honestly, by the time you get to the deep desert, you just don't need to do that. You can run the ARO stations for like 60 intel a week, plus the other stations. It's super easy. Greed. Oh, almost killed me. So again, we're using the mob we're fighting as a human shield against any other ranged mobs that might be shooting us. Kind of just block the line of sight. Doesn't do damage to the enemies, but it stops you taking damage. Game audio is muted. Really? Ah, okay. Thank you. I will take a look at that as soon as I finish these waves. It shouldn't be. Oh. Whoa, that was a little close. Now, we've got flamethrower mobs already, but I'm pretty sure there's got to be at least one more wave after this. Be crazy if there isn't. Let's see, there's got to be one more wave, right? At least. Yeah. To be careful jumping around this, you can get stuck inside. And even the unstuck command sometimes doesn't work to get you out. It just lifts you up and then drops you straight back. Yeah, thank you for the heads up about the game audio. I will check that in a sec, once I'm not likely to die by doing so. That's a few dudes. Yeah, jumping into a cactus gets you stuck. Yeah, I now realize the irony of what I just said, but yeah. It does stick you good. A guy just said, I've got you covered, and then immediately said weapon empty. Okay. Yeah, let's try and get this game sound on soon, because it's very silly sometimes. Alright, this must be the last wave. Yeah, flamethrower mobs. That little camera jiggle is something that's been in the game for so long. And like sometimes you just fly up into the ceiling, sometimes you ricochet, sometimes you fly in the opposite direction. It's a good bit of funcom jank. Which, when you're not doing PvP, is just amusing. When you're doing PvP, it can be pretty annoying. Oh, shit. No, 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 no. That was a little close. Can you mod the game? Not that I'm aware of currently. They use a third-party, like, protection system called BattleEye, which would probably prevent a lot of modding. Most of the stuff in terms of, like, quality of life things are kind of in the game already, which is nice. Like, if I was trying to think of a mod that I would want for this game, what would it be? Nothing that wouldn't be, like, fundamentally changing the game, which I don't really like mods for. I think on Nexus, the only mod is skipping the intro cutscene mod. Okay. Right, let me have a look at this game sound thing. Ah, there we go. That should hopefully have put game sounds back on. Alt F4 mob, yeah. Mod, rather. We'll take these. Take these to break down. Which reminds me, I need to build a recycler. That was storage, that would have been great. Okay. So nothing hugely useful here. Let's check this room. It's probably just intel, but all of the places that I normally don't go because it's loot that I don't need are the places I need to go this week. So the lower version of these is something we're on the lookout for, called military power regulators. Cool, thank you for the confirmation, Willie, appreciate that. I hadn't realised I still had it muted. So, especially when you're solo, if you're doing PvP labs, it's usually a good idea to scan on your way out, make sure there's nobody waiting to ambush you. Which on our server is extremely rare. Right, so I wanted to look for some more down ships. I think we just go in a little bit of an arc back to base and hope we find one. Because I think one down ship will give us enough complex machinery to really get our war production started. Not seeing anything at the moment, no. You can sometimes spot them up in the sky before they get shot down too, or blow up. kind of vaguely on the lookout where I'm going to make a PvP base this week as well. That looks interesting, potentially. Hello, funny human. Good name, funny human. Thanks for stopping by. Hope you're having a good day. Oh, it's puny human, like the Avengers thing. I don't read so good sometimes. So still no crash ships. Very unlucky. And what that also tells me is I should have just stopped for the ones that we saw at the beginning of the stream. But we'll see. I'm hoping that Funcom haven't accidentally broke them. And they only spawned one round of them. Which has happened before. But we definitely haven't checked enough of the desert to be that confident about it yet. Right, is there anything else point of interest wise over here? I mean, there's a really short station here. Where is it? F8.
Sector weather alert. A large sandstorm is
there.
approaching.
And we got a sandstorm incoming, so we may as well be in the station while it hits. I think they do break things. I think they break things all the time. Like, I really enjoy this game. I put an ungodly amount of hours into it. I couldn't bring myself to vote for it for an innovation award. Like, it's good, but it is, like, other than the Dune IP and the shield mechanic, which is the slow blade penetrates the shield, like, it's a lot of reworking of other things. It is in the Funcom style, but yeah, it's a sandbox survival at its core, and it's a good one. It's missing an end game, but that's why I'm doing what I'm doing at the moment as a challenge. They are doing a live stream tomorrow or the next day about the upcoming Chapter 3 in DLC, which will be good. And they do continue to make changes and fix things and break other things, but it's par for the course of game development, really. And I am still enjoying it. Admittedly, I'm like a lot of players that have put a lot of hours into the game are kind of having to make their own fun by doing things like death races and challenges. Like I did a massive giveaway giving away every one of the end game schematics to 4 people, which was fun to collect and do, and a nice thing to do for this community on this server. But it was kind of giving me something to do while we wait for stuff from the developers. How many grenades? Jesus, guys. Yeah, didn't help though, did it? I don't remember what we need these for, but we do need them for something. What can we drop? Ah, we don't need these. The still suit tubes are great, but they're used for making still suits, and I would be very surprised if I wear out the current still suit we're wearing during the week. I would have to die a lot. Which generally doesn't happen, even though I've died once this stream already. Those might break down into something useful. Get rid of those. Yeah, this is another good station for water. Okay. Hello. Goodbye. He was, very curious about that wall. So the other side has the, like, chest that most people want, but we actually want these materials more than anything else. Like, we'll check what the schematics are, but they'll probably be nothing useful for me. Dune Watcher. I suppose it's more useful than that. A little bit worried we're not going to be able to get military power regulators this week out here. But we'll see. Is that a storm passed? Yes. Good. It was a very nice wall. It was the last thing he ever saw. Okay, I think we just swing back to base now. We're full of stuff. Oh, fuel. Not so full of fuel. It's all fine. So we are going to need to get the machine which allows us to repair all of this stuff up pretty quickly. We should be able to get the repair and the recycler up though. Don't know if we'll need more power. Guess I can check that. Actually, I don't want to... I normally spend quite a lot of time in the menus whilst I'm flying to a destination, but we do need a crash ship. Like I say, one is probably all we need. Once we drop this off, I will go and scout the PvE section of the game. There is one more station we haven't done as well. No ships, no ships. The next biome's probably going to be an ice biome, ironically. It's the polar caps, but I would expect that won't be coming until probably August next year. Like, the next chapter is coming, and they said January to March, and that's quite a big window, sometime in that quarter, so I would assume it will be kind of mid or to late March. But who knows? And then the following quarter, I think, is what they have slated for chapter 4, but it could even be the quarter after that. Where are these ships, man? Nice box. Once we've got all of the, like, production sorted out here, I will do some sort of a colossal build. I always do. On the Dune official Discord, on the Share Your Base design, if you search for my username, you'll find loads of them out there. including a giant toilet, which was very funny to build. In fact, one of my friends liked it so much that he insisted I make one for him in Hagga Basin. And one of our other friends swung by and realised it was me building it, and they're like, God damn it. Built a giant toilet on the mountain. It's kind of ruining my immersion. Sorry, man. My friend wanted it. Yeah, you probably will get a Core Keeper update before Chapter 3. I mean, it's coming in mid-January, is it? Or was it February? I can't remember. You absolutely crushed it yesterday, though, on Core Keeper. I do need to keep a fuel. Where did I put it? There it is. Right. There's all the blood. Yes, your immersions are ruined, but your sanitation is present. So we are gonna need some silicon blocks. Why don't you just go ahead and make some? There was something I was gonna do. My brain is gone blank. Let's see. We do want one of those, but we need the complex steel. We need the complex machinery for those two. We need complex machinery for that. Complex machinery for that. And duraluminium, which is going to be a pain to find. But we do know where we can find it. Oh, repair and recycle. So that's 35. Do we have enough power? We do. Okay, we're also going to need some more space soon. We'll just make it work for now. Yeah, so this is the problem. A lot of our stuff is gonna need, like, things we can't even produce yet to repair. So there is a sort of timer on it, really, essentially. And this, I was hoping we might get something a bit rarer out of this stuff, but it kind of looks mostly like garbage. Yeah, shame. Okay, so we need that complex machinery, basically. Let's find some. We can hit the station in D7. It's there-ish. I really hope they didn't break the falling ship spawns again. They are kind of crucial to what it is that I want to do. However, let's see if we can find some buried treasure on the way. They have a massive variety of objects in them. And maybe complex machinery? Maybe. Oops, that's not a scanner, that's a sword. Fuck. I wasn't paying enough attention. Where exactly was that? There it is. We don't really need any of that. We can't spare the room, so... grab a few of these. Maybe we get some duraluminium, which we're going to need a bunch of. And this is the only way to get it. Okay, so that's the lower tier version of what we're after. Which you can use to make the higher tier one, but I'd rather just find them. this is garbage. Garbage. We don't need any of this. No duraluminium. Normally you'd get, like, them semi-frequently. Oh, that's useful to know about. So there are some vendors in the capital which do sell diamantine dust, which I know you can't get out here currently. Ooh, look at all that. Is that an entire buggy Mark III? I don't think I want it, but that's interesting. Do I want it? Not really. No. It's the lower tier of these that are very rare. It's diamantine blade parts. I don't know if they maybe they break down into diamantine. I'll have to check that. I don't think they can be broken down at all, but maybe. I honestly never really used any of the command line stuff in Twitch other than /clear for chat. Still no duraluminium too. We are going to need a metric boatload of it. Aha, duraluminium. We do need a lot of that. So there's going to be, at some point, a very lengthy period of me just digging up buried treasures. I need to be careful not to put too much wear on this particular compactor. Because I can't repair it. And I won't be able to for quite a while. So I will probably try and make myself a low tier one just for doing treasure hunts. Right, the lab should be around here somewhere. Probably that island over there. Yep, looks like it. So this one can be a little bit sweaty to solo as well, because it's, although it's only a single lock room, it does have 4 mob spawning thingies. Thank you, Welly. Actually saw what that bling was about. I don't know what the other one was about. Has this got 3 or 4? No, it has only got 3 spawn doors, but I think one of the waves they get like 4 plus out of each one. And we do have a little resource room there at the end as well. Yeah, it does work. And you never need to apologizing for raiding, regardless of how many people it is. Okay, let's clear this one out. I may have to mute myself in a moment because I think maybe somebody at the door in a moment. There's someone coming up the drive, as it were. Maybe not though. Might have been a neighbour. Oh, yeah it is. So I'm just going to mute myself for a moment. I'm back on the mic. Sorry about that. Yes, not dead yet, which is good. There's also, this feels like a lot more waves than I was expecting. But I'm probably just misremembering. Ooh, a new name in chat. XI White. Oh, that's not good. Run away. Greed. Almost got me again. This must be the last wave, though. Nope. Looks like one more. Unless there's a mob hiding away. Oh, there is. Get riggedy wrecked. It's a question of knowing the enemy's attack patterns, and then also a little bit of like just spatial awareness, knowing where the mobs are. Normally when I die, it's because I haven't been tracking where they are very well, so I run away into another bunch of them. But thank you very much for the compliment. Okay, so this does have a little loot room with some extra bits in it. We're still after a crashed ship. I think what we're going to do is we're going to do a quick patrol up and down with a particular focus on the sectors that are listed in Dune.gaming.tools as having had crashed ships in them. Yay, give me that juicy 0 intel. Right, okay, nothing useful. That was a pretty smooth run though. There's a couple of slightly sweaty parts, but we did fine. Are we good? Right. We're gonna find a crash ship, god damn it. How are we doing for carrying volume? Not great. But there's some stuff I would ditch in favor of other things. Aha! Just the thing we were looking for. So really we mostly just want complex machinery out of these. Which they almost always drop. We'll start with the small front panel. Just because it's habit, and this one normally has schematics in it as well. In this case, the schematic we don't want. 48, that's what I'm talking about. Let's lose these. Definitely want the pumps. I think we need this for something, but I can't remember what it is. Don't need those. do kind of want to find out if these break down into something I need. What can we ditch? We don't need money. We don't need money. Who needs money? We may end up buying the last few parts that we can't actually farm out here in Araking or Harko Village, but we'll cross that bridge when we come to it. I'm just gonna mute myself again because it sounds like we've got company again. Looks like we'll be right. Yep, I mostly play solo. I'm more than happy to help people that are on the server if they need help clearing stuff, doing stuff, getting stuff, all of that good stuff. I think, like, even the group PvP stuff is a mess, right? Like, if you have more than 3 other people with you, then you're gonna friendly fire people that are on your team. So, like, it is suitable for group content, but only small groups of 4. Some of the testing stations scale up with the amount of people there as well, or seem to. Certainly when you start hitting 3 or 4 plus people in the same station. So that was quite a lot of complex machinery. That was 85 off of 1 down ship, which is exactly what we wanted. So we need to make sure we spend it sensibly. I think what we'll do, we'll look at a death still. Yep. It's just going to be the quickest way to ramp up our water production. Where is our nearest source of bodies, I wonder? The wreck just north of us. There's 2 actually, which is good. I just realised storage is going to be really important for the Thopter, because you can only carry 1 body regardless of the weight. So, yeah. Okay. So, building. We want refinery. It says 200 power even for the basic one. We are going to need this too. But I think this is step 1. Yeah, okay, so 200 power. We have 25, so we need 3 more power productions. This time for this place to get larger. Let's do a bit of remodeling. You can just go out on the landing pad for now. Yeah, let's try not to make anything too boxy. Concrete. Better get that quickly before a storm comes. Need to make space. This can go, this can go. Can we make another one? We can. Let's get these uploaded real quick. Condense 2 paces into my base into 2 basics to avoid tax. Yep, yeah, a lot of people have been doing that. Now live out Stilton Scout. Yeah, man, I mean, that's the Fremen way, right? Give me a steel tent and a knife and I'm good. Right, I need to grab this granite real quick. Yeah, part of the reason why I'm doing this no materials from Hagga is for the extra challenge. And I think if this works out, which I'm pretty confident it will, then I may do a no gear run, but that's going to be pretty punishing. Because using I've got to work out how long it takes to kill an enemy with a scrap knife. So that's going to be my only weapon for a little bit. There definitely was granite here. I mean, I'm saying definitely, and I'm not seeing any. Oh, yeah, there it is. I wonder if there's another node here. I think we can carry 2. If there is. Normally where you find one, you'll find another. Oh, yep, there it is. Okay, and let's see if we can find a third while we're here. Seeing as we got room for it. Yeah, there we go. Staring right at it. Right, that should be enough to finish this expansion. I just want a generator room, basically. One of the guys I used to play with made the most incredible compact basic sub-feast no tax base that had like everything in it. Like the use of space was amazing. He didn't have any stairs. There wasn't room for stairs. You had to kind of use your suspensor to travel between the floors, but it was very impressive. Because I'm stubbornly refusing to go with House Heineken or House Arthritis, I don't have access to the faction build tools. So like the plastone building stuff, which limits my ability to build a little bit. More complex machinery, let's go! Be a shame if I have to chuck some of this granite away, but I absolutely will if we find useful stuff. This we're taking, take this, take this, take this. 63, let's go. I still want to find if these break down into what we might need. Oh, and that's our cue to leave. Have at it, Mr. Sandworm. So there was another container on that we could have cut into, but it would have been more risk than it was worth, especially since we're coming away with 99 complex machinery. And the granite we need to seal our base. What marker am I going to? Oh, did I destroy my sub-thief? Ooh, I might have done that. Did I? No, I didn't. I'm just going completely the wrong way. I've done that before, not realised I've destroyed a sub-thief and then gone to fly back to where my base is and can't see a base marker. Super genius. Capital J. I guess it was kind of good I went the wrong way because I found the down ship. Accidentally hitting shut down on a production server is definitely worse than me just accidentally destroying a base console. The Afraides, I like that. Waiting for the third faction. That's exactly what I'm doing. Once the third faction's out, provided you can betray twice, I will go with House Heineken, betray to House Arthritis, just to do all the quests, and then join the third faction. Well, in fact, our guild will join the third faction, the Fremen, even though it's most likely going to be smugglers and not Fremen. It's definitely better than deleting a VM, that's for sure. Right, so space. Stuff. That's actually we can just go roundy roundy. Make some basics here. I think I want this enclosed. So let's go with this. That's gonna be a little bit awkward, but we'll make it work. Roofs, corners. 1, 2. Oops. Excuse me, game. Thank you. Shiny. Right, let's get this power moved in. Actually gonna have to go out and collect more power cells in a moment. But let's get at least another 2 built. Ah, disaster recovery. I think that's what Funcom calls game dev, right? Although, bless them, they did get hit by that as a outage thingy that was hitting everyone. It was also hitting AWS as well, I think. And Google Cloud. Like all of the major providers. That's not going to annoy the shit out of me. Okay. I'm going to have to go square on that one. Gonna say, I thought there was more. Brain playing tricks on me. Yeah, there's only so much you can put in a DR plan when it's your host that's having the issue. With any of the major web platforms. Best DR plan. Take holiday. No, I don't mean that. Okay, so we can get rid of this and this. And can we go one lower here, please? Guess not. Okay. Just gonna mute myself again. So it looks like the carbon scraps cannot be obtained from these blade parts, which is a shame because the icon's literally on that. But well, there are other ways of collecting those bits, I think. Um, right. I think I still need more power, right? Let me check this. 190, yeah, we need one more power. And then I need to go and actually pick up some fuel cells. Okay, let's build one more power. Or in fact, let's build two more so that we're overproducing rather than at the limit. Grab some power cells. Oh, let's not leave the repair station outside. Whoops. Okay. Fuel cells. Oh, there are some fuel cells on our doorstep. That's something, at least. Let's get sugar wire out. Whee! That's also gonna bug me. Here you go. So, sub-thief, refuel generators, 2 days, fine. And we want to get our first destil up. How much water storage do we actually have? 23,000, that is not very much. Can we build the next one up? We can. And we will. Probably going to leave us short of materials for the destil, but there's no point having a destil if you can't store the water. Let's see. Refineries, destil. Yeah, so we need like 26 steel. Let's just process all. What else could we be using our water on? Got silicon. Gonna need loads more cobalt. May as well just do the cobalt. So that's gonna take a little while. Good for complex machinery, which is nice. Oh my god, we're gonna have to farm so much dura-aluminium. These crafting costs are halved from what you see here because we're building out in the deep desert. Yeah, aluminium I'm not gonna bother until we get a decent refinery. That's probably something we should just have. It's more steel, but whatever. Don't need that. We will want that eventually. We also want this. Because I can get my storage then. I think. Let me check. What do I need to build my storage? Ooh, 2 intel. That's not annoying. Vehicles. Aluminium. Storage. Servox, aluminium, water. Okay, that's thoroughly doable. I will want the better refinery though, which is cobalt complex, so just steel. So actually, we just need to get some more iron. How are we doing for the other stuff? And some more of that. Okay. And blood bag is empty, so let's put some water in the system. Eep. I should keep one water thing up here, just so I can access it easy. Let's deposit like half the water. And definitely don't need to be carrying around all this granite. Oh my god, these... it hurts me see having containers that look like this. They will be sorted, but it's gonna take a while. Yeah, okay. So we exsanguinate a bunch of guys and get some more iron. Which I think is here. That's... yeah, this is iron. Oh. Okay, game. So it just randomly decided to start flinging me backwards then. There is a bug which can cause you to travel quite some velocity up through the air, and someone did a video of it for nearly 2 hours, just flying through the air upwards, away from the map. It's kind of funny. Slippery desert, indeed. Springy mechanics. When physics mechanics break, funny things tend to happen. Now that is a box, but it's at least in a quite a nice place, as boxes go. It's got a bit of style to it. Kinda like it. Didn't realise our shield was taking so much punishment already. I guess I should be scanning for duraluminum on the way here and back. I think that's probably all we're going to be picking up out of the buried treasures for now. If we find any. Generally, the further south you go, the harder they are to find. Whoops, I keep forgetting that scanning increases your heat as well. Booster's already orange. It's a brand new booster today. Ooh, take those. These are good. Honestly, I don't think we need those. We will need these. I think actually we may need some of those too. And that for something. I can't remember what it was, but we need it for something. Yeah, I should be running. I had plenty of time. Let's watch it get crunched. Munch, munch. Nom, nom, nom. Needless to say, if we get eaten by a worm on this challenge week, it's gonna be really difficult. Okay, let's go. So we didn't see a single buried treasure on the way here. Although I only started scanning about halfway, so we'll do a bit more scanning at around 4 clicks. Oh, I didn't bring any fuel with me. That could get interesting running out of fuel too. Oops. That's a big ass sandstorm. And it is coming right for us. I think we've got time to get back. Probably. Maybe. Critical ticket for a quality assurance server. Probably not as critical as they think it might be. Staging environments going down is definitely not as critical as production. And that's really quite close. Okay. So, more of this. And do we have enough for a death still? We do, just. Okay. God, space is already a bit of an issue. It's because of these stupid things. Yeah, you know what? These can all go. We'll make one death still. And we'll make this when we can as well. Right, let's go and grab a body. Oh, I do want to be able to build storage for the scout. Sounds like Puny Human is pretty aware of the old cyber janitor lifestyle. Yeah, I do want this. Okay. Let's get body going first. I think we've got enough space, right? Yeah, 50,000 milliliters. I believe there's a wreck just north of us. Yeah, there it is. So we'll clear the wreck. Oh my god, I've still got so much crap on me. I need to dump this. That's another, I would say, cave entrance that... Yeah, it's exactly the same rock formation as the other one. I think that particular wall there was going to be a cave entrance, and then it got scrapped. Right, let's offload as much of this as we can. This can go... Another storage. Oh, it's going to be so nice when I get the next level of storage. I'll actually organize stuff after we've got some aluminium. Oh, that's a good reminder I need fuel. Which I think is in this one. Nope. Nope. This one. Yay. There it is. I think there's two right next to each other this week. Let's have a look. E5 and F5 and F6. So there should be another one. Yeah, right there. Okay. So no shortage of bodies once we can start processing them effectively. I think what we'll do is we'll clear this station, wreck, and just grab a body from the last room. I can't remember what the loot pool is in here other than the schematics too. If you're ever trying to orientate where to come into one of these ships, it's always the lowest right hand corner as you're looking down it. Because you can just drop down and you're right in front of the key door. Need any of that? Let's make this a bit easier. There we go. And we'll take this body. Oh, I suppose I should excuse you. That's what I thought. I suppose we should just get this as well. Take these for breaking down. Guess I should probably take the plates too. I don't think we'll need them, but we get a stack of like 500 or something and then we're good. Might as well finish filling up on the blood. It's probably like one more. Don't need that. Take those. That's my weapon of choice, so I guess an extra one is fine. Yeah, I think these are literally only used for ranged weapons, so we won't be needing those. Take these to break down. And I think that's it. Ooh, advanced machinery. That is useful for something that we need to build. When we'll be able to move servers on Dune Awakening. It's an unknown at the moment. There is a live stream in 2 days in which Funcom will throw some more smoke around about when it's coming out. I anticipate it's either going to be with the next chapter in DLC or just before. I would be exceptionally surprised if we see it this side of the new year. And there have been some issues with the character transfer which they're trying to iron out. But it's all part of a sensible cost-saving exercise on their part. So you get the base backup tool, so you can rebuild your base any way you like. You then allow players to transfer any way you like, and hope that they all move to more populated servers so you can turn some VMs off. And then shortly after that it'll be, these people are on low pop servers, you have to migrate by this date or we'll move you. So not having Hagga Basin Mat Challenge because, yeah, of course you don't know the game. So Hagga Basin is the starting area where all players start off. It's where you work through most of your research trees, unlocking stuff, well, pretty much all of it. And it's a great place to be able to fly around and gather a whole variety of resources. Most people will come out into the deep desert and build the end game production facilities using materials from Hagga. So the point of this challenge is to, I only brought out with me what I'm carrying on me and no actual materials. It's literally been whatever I've picked up out here, which is why my storage is such a god-awful mess and so tiny in tiny boxes. So it's effectively going back through the process of laddering up through various facilities for refinement, as though you were on the basic map from the start, but in the end game map, if there was an end game, which there isn't really. If that makes sense. Congratulations, you are as insane as I am. Yes, exactly. Scavenging is a great way of putting it. Yeah, that is exactly what we're doing. So materials-wise, we didn't bring anything out with us. All of this, including the base and all the machineries, have been built on stuff that we've gone out and acquired. Not being able to repair some of this stuff is going to be problematic, like quite quickly, like quicker than I thought it was going to be. But we'll be alright for a little bit. So we had our first death still. How much does that actually produce? I probably got to look here. 25,000 water per hour. Okay, that's pretty good. What do we want next? We just built one of these, which is going to be great, actually, for augmenting our water production. I think, honestly, we want this, so we can build the storage module for the scout. Although, no, we want a wind trap. So more steel, a boatload more steel. Hmm. Hmm. Maybe we do get this next. Because that will allow us to move raw materials better and faster. Let's see. This requires 22. We are making not 22. So we need more carbon. Carbon ore is D6, so it's really close by. Must be this rock here. Carbon ore. Exactly. I should have learned this. Never mind. I think I've probably got quite a few uploaded already. Let's have a look, shall we? Nope. That's interesting, actually. I could consider those. Where's the replica pulse knife? 25, yeah. That's plenty. Yeah, the Deep Desert's been through a few different iterations of development, from like literally only the first row out here being PvE and the rest of it being PvP. And only like decent sized spice blows really deep out in the desert. And it's effectively been made easier and more PvE friendly because they realized that the majority of people were PvE players and there wasn't anything for them to do after Hagga. I believe in chapter 4 we'll see like an end game loop for PvE outside of the Deep Desert, at which point they plan to revert this back to its original inception. I've kind of been here from word dot, so I've seen all the changes that they've been through, and I understand them all. I don't agree with them all, but that's personal preference, right? Like, you can never please everyone. I do think if they had kept the Deep Desert the way that it was before, what little player base they have left at the moment would vanish. But I also think once there is a good PvE endgame loop thing, especially for groups to do, then reverting it back will also be a good idea. But we'll see. It's Funcom. I should think they have a plan, and I should think they will throw that out the window as soon as they feel like it. Let's deposit some water. Let's deposit some blood. What did I say we needed? Can't remember already. It's only a couple of minutes ago. Oh, we can build it already. Do we have 40 power to spare? Probably not. Oh, we do. Amazing. Yeah, okay. We need more space. Yeah, we can get down. Actually, I want to be relatively consistent with what I'm using. even though we've got enough stability for what we're using here, I am probably going to have to put some columns in for my own sanity. Otherwise it's just going to look too weird. And we want wedge walls. So alright, that's going to have to change. How bad does this look now? Pretty bad. Okay. Let's change this too. I think the majority of players were PvE, much like you were, puny human. And being forced into PvP feels incredibly bad. I think some of the changes that they've made have been very much to allow people that end up in a PvP situation that don't want to be there to get away from it, which is good, but it's still making people that don't want to do PvP engage with it to some degree, right? And I think some of the PvP it's pretty good. Like, I quite like the ground PvP. The aerial combat I think is absolute dog's water, but again, that's kind of personal preference. I don't think this is gonna work. Or is it? No, it's not. Okay. Well, we'll come back to that later. I think when they changed Suspense Blast and Crippling Strike, it was in an effort to allow people to escape that find themselves in a PvP situation that they don't like. And I understand that. The probably unintended consequence of that was that it made melee PvP extremely difficult as a viable option, because it's so easy to get away from and it's so hard to burn down stamina. In PvP, if you're melee, you're fighting against the player's green bar in the bottom left, the stamina bar, and if you're ranged, you're fighting against their yellow bar, the shield. If you deplete either one of those, then that particular style can then land damage. So you've got no stamina, it means your shield can be pierced. You've got no energy, it means you can be shot. That means you can be stabbed too, but generally speaking, a broken shield is better taken advantage of with a ranged weapon. It's probably a shotgun. Something that makes a lot of splash damage. And the game is definitely like they've definitely envisaged it to be played with both a combination of ranged and melee, not how I do it, but I rarely play games how the designers had envisaged it to be played. Right, I kind of want all the storage up here. This can go down here. And we want the vehicle bay. That's why I was building all this. Yeah, we did have enough power. I do need to pick up some more fuel cells, but we had enough power. Right, can we make... scout storage. Excuse me. Scout storage. 55 aluminium, which we can't even make until we get the next refiner. So what do we need for the next refiner? A small boatload of steel. Okay. And we are missing mostly iron. Okay. I don't really want to move these out of this room. This, however, can move. Excuse me. Were you going to get Jasmine the... so Jasmine, you can't get out here at all. But the only reason you would ever need Jasmine is for duraluminium. And duraluminium, you absolutely can get out here in the deep desert. So you can kind of sidestep the Jasmine requirements by going straight for the thing that you would refine into. Which, probably not today's stream, but tomorrow's stream is going to be a lot of, like, let's go and find some duraluminium out in the sands. We were pretty close to getting a wind trap, right? Pretty sure I saw... Yeah. I think we probably want one of these running overnight too. So lots of steel, basically, which is fine. Yeah, I did the duraluminium grind last week, actually, just to see how manageable it was. I know it's not too bad. I am going to need to be very conscious of using up my compactor too much for buried treasures when I'm going to need it for spice. I already missed where that was. There it is. Reveal your secrets. But you get like 1 to 6 out of each buried treasure that has them, and not everyone has them. So it's a bit of a grind, but it's totally doable. And in terms of grinds for Funcom, it's like nothing. For anyone that's played Anarchy Online, in the early days, they know what real grinding is. Nope. But we can also pull out of these plastanium ingots occasionally as well, which, to get those already without any refinement, is huge for our repair bills. And that may be how I do my first repair on, like, the compactor. Although, no, it's going to need spice as well. Yeah, it's going to be tricky. But that's part of the fun, working out. But I think once we've got a storage module for this, it's going to be a lot better in terms of farming. I should probably look to get an assault online, and I may even go scavenging in the A-Ray stations for assault parts, because you can get a lot of different parts for the assault out of the A-Ray stations. I don't think you can get wings. You can definitely get engine, generator. Pretty sure you can get storage. Pretty sure I've seen the nose. Don't think I've seen the cabin, and I don't think I've seen the chassis, but it'll save on a lot of bits. Oh. I'm so stupid. I'm actually full. That was foolish. I need to drop all of this off. So yeah, I think the plan will be we'll get a wind trap online as soon as possible. And make sure it's got filters. Oh, yeah, I can just use the basic filters. And that will enable our water to fill up overnight, which will be good. Ideally, I'd have another medium water storage, but I think that's a bit grindy for this stream. It's amazing how quickly you get used to the Mark 6 Scout speed and it starts to feel slow. But the first time you get, after using the Mark 4, it's night and day. Okay, where have we got space? That looks like space. And we'll upload this schematic. 26. What was the next thing? It's the wind trap, isn't it? So we need not very much. 23. Huh. Yeah, I need like 2 steel. That's slightly annoying. Okay. Oh. Also, what do I need for the filters? Let's see. Filters. That needs steel as well. Muddy funster. Okay. I think maybe... Nah. I'm just thinking about hitting aero stations after we get this steel refining. Don't know. Whoops. So these can all be repaired relatively easy. This is going to be a bit of a problem because it needs plastone. I don't even remember what the shield takes. Aluminium, cobalt. Okay, that's fairly easy. Suspensors, we can just make new ones. Pretty sure it's aluminium. Battery, I do have a spare battery, spare shield, and spare suspensor bar. Because I knew we were going to go through them. But only one. So we do need to get up ready to be able to, if not, repair them. Well, to be able to repair them and then be able to produce them. Ooh, another ship. Take those. Every day. This week, at least. Oops. Let's not try to open it with a sword. Regis Disruptor Pistol, which is a very good pistol if you like to shoot things, but have shields. Nah. should be along any minute now. Looted the whole thing. Nice. You didn't even try. Purple. I think we'll be just starting on that tomorrow. So we get enough steel, and I think we'll be able to get through the aluminium phase relatively quickly. It's the processing time that will probably be the bottleneck, that and the water. But I think with a little bit of steel grinding for death stills and containment, we should be right. 25,000 an hour, get 3 death stills. 75,000 should be enough to get us to the last tier. And then those death stills, I think, produce double or something crazy. It's a lot more anyway. What am I carrying that's so heavy? Oh, metal. Is there anything else I would rather be hauling? Like, I just need these. Yeah, that'll have to do. So, these require an ungodly amount of duraluminum, as do these. We will probably be making one of these first. I would like one of these too, but we need melange for that. Although, it's only 5. So, speaking of melange, so it's 80 duraluminum, 65 silicon's easy, cobalt paste easy, complex machinery we've already got. Okay, I think that's going to be thoroughly doable. Just trying to remember how much it actually refines. I need to do that. Hang on. How do I unfavorite this? I pinned that somehow. I don't know how. Yeah, okay. Oh, there we go. Oh, that's interesting. I didn't even know you could do that. So if I do that, and that, and that, and then sort them, it makes absolutely no difference whatsoever. Interesting. Okay, let's unpin them then. Oh. Yeah. Oh, maybe it's pinning the recipe to see how you make it. Just gonna check, see if this guy needs any help. If he's doing something interesting, we'll do that before the end. Yeah. We're getting an error message that isn't stopping us from doing anything. This is a critical issue. No, it's not. It's a message you can ignore. Submit a ticket. It'll be dealt with by the usual crew when they wake up tomorrow. Or not. Yeah. Looks like they were just checking in to say hello. And that's the kind of friendly bunch we have on this server. We are very lucky. Right. Storage, storage, storage. Let's upload the pistol. Oh god, I wonder how many of these I've got, because I've literally made one, I think, in the entire time. This one. Shooty things. 20. I've got 25 of those as well. Interesting. Right, 60 of that, which will then get converted into that, which then allows us to make one of these. And we're going to need... We're actually going to need 5 filters, so that's perfect. Well, technically we want 6, so let me go and grab some plant fiber. So they can store 5 and use 1 in wind traps. So although you can put 5 in at a time, it immediately consumes 1 and starts a timer on it, so you can then top it up again. One more. Okay. How long's this going to be? It's going to be 10 minutes, so probably another 10 minutes for the next lot. And we could definitely do with some duraluminum. That's going to be a problem. Is this finished? No. Let's go get another body ready for this thing. And refill the blood bags. Which I guess we can do in that other wreck. So we did this one, there should be another one like here-ish. Yeah, William, man. I've never played Rust, but absolute hats off to William. He's so entertaining. He even makes Rust look fun to me, even though I'd never play it. He's fantastic at what he does. I think down ships can only contain sand. I don't think anywhere in the game has melange apart from your refiners, I believe. I could be wrong, but I'm pretty sure. And obviously the auction house, people are selling it. I think maybe you can buy it off a vendor as well for some crazy price. This is the right one, yeah? Yeah, it is the one we didn't do. Yeah, the down ships can contain a small amount of sand in them. Honestly, the amounts of sand that you find outside of one specific testing station, inside containers or anything else, is more of an annoyance than anything else. Like, there's one testing station which isn't available this week, which you can walk out of there with about 500 or 600 sand, which is reasonable. Everything else is like 10, 30, some really spurious amount that will make no difference. Missile launcher? We'll take that and deconstruct it. I'll still take these plates for now. I did pick up the body, right? Yeah, I did. Okay. Oh, I was going to exsanguinate. Don't. Stuff that I'm not used to doing. We're missing a bit, so let's go murdering a few more people. Nice. I'm glad you enjoyed them. Right. Okay. That's as full as we can be. I guess out the top here is probably faster, marginally. Okay. Treasure. Give us duraluminum. I mean, cobalt's also useful. Don't think we need this for anything, but we might, so I'll take it. It has been known for me to buy mods beer, this is true. I don't need this. Caravaggio. I'm going the wrong way again. I must be getting tired. Normally my sense of direction's pretty spot on, but it's the second time I've done that. So, wind trap. Probably a little bit more power, although that's right on the doorstep of the base. And we've got the filters already made. Yeah, that dark spot there has to be what was designed to be a cave and never made it to production. Yeah, the old do a barrel roll meme. Right. Should have some of all of this somewhere. So, yeah. Okay. And then I need to shred. Yeah, I guess. Aha! Is that saying it's gonna give me 0? Yes. Mother... Oh no, it did. It gave me 1. Aha! Bladed weapons turn into dust. That means everything is gettable out here. Huh. So, actually looks like we'll be doing all vehicles as well. That's quite a significant grind, but we're gonna do it anyway. I do need these, but first of all, I need more of this. 60 seems good. How much do we actually need? 23. Okay, so like half of this stack is gonna take a couple of minutes. No problem. I kind of just want to go out and get 4 more duraluminum to repair this. I think I'm gonna actually, while we're waiting for that last bit to finish. But there's some real close to the base.
Sector weather alert. A large sandstorm is approaching.
How much did I need? 4, I think. That's a bad noise to be hearing. That's a patrolling worm noise. But I don't see it. It's making the jaws noises as well, which normally indicates there's a worm nearby. Opta blades? Huh. Today I learned. Interesting.
Sector weather alert. A large sandstorm is approaching.
Whoever designed these yellow markers to show up on the sand needs to be shot. Like, if you're scanning for something, make it a color where you can see it. That would be really nice, Funcom. Rather than a yellow marker on sand. Like, seriously. Yeah, not wrong about that, Willie. Actually, I shall be grabbing something from the shop after this. I thought I had feed here, but I was mistaken.
Sector weather alert. A large sandstorm is approaching.
One more duraluminum. Like, we can beat the storm. We got 2 minutes. We can find it. That's not it. It's gonna be close. I really should be headed back to base now. God damn. Come on, one more duraluminum. Two more spots.
Sector weather alert. A large sandstorm is approaching.
60 seconds. God damn. Okay, we do have to actually get out of here now. I saw another one here. There it is. Ah, that's rather close. Don't do that, game. Yeah, well, it's this one or we don't make it. Okay.
Sector weather alert.
Yep,
A large
yep,
sandstorm is approaching.
yep. Leaving now. So epic. Slice explosion in the background. Oh. Not overshoot the base. We in it yet? No, not quite. Yeah, now we are. Sometimes, when you get to the eye of the storm, it's completely clear and the sky looks amazing. Just gonna see if that's gonna happen, or if it's just gonna be brown. Looks like it's not gonna be an eye of the storm one. Yeah, we might actually need to be in the center of it to see that. Right. Hydration. Drink. Industrial pumps, good. These are useless. We do still need one duraluminum, right? Yeah. Okay. Well, we're definitely gonna get that. And can we make the wind trap yet? This thing... Yes, we can. Ah, yeah, power. That's a good thing to have. How short are we on power? 5 watts, okay. As much as I'd love to open up a pile of fuel cells with a sword, I don't think it'll work. Whee! Never gets old. Okay. And now we need to put stuff in the wind traps. In fact, let's just turn that around. Okay, so that will produce some water over the next 17 hours. Can we be cheeky and fit one more water storage in? How close are we? 7 more steel? Ugh. Like, I think it's probably worth it, though. because between that and the death still we should fill quite easily. And we might find another duraluminum on the way. Oops, forgot to... you know what? Just drop it. Don't need it. Might need those. Pretty sure those are just used for shotguns, so we don't need that. Marble looking things? Was that in the... Oh, that's a fire gem opal. Those are things that you can use for the Landsrad. So occasionally one of these squares will have a mission to hand in. See if any of these do. No. It'll have a quest to hand those in. And the only source of them is from buried treasures. But because I don't do Landsrad, I'm not picking them up this week. I have about 5,000 or 6,000 of them in Hagga, which I can give to people when they need them. Same with the ship manifests. Like, I loot them because I know that they may be useful in the future, or to give to other people so they can get Landsrad rewards easily. Got really just one more duraluminum. We're gonna need a boatload of it eventually. I was even considering using the T5 still suit, and then I remembered it needs duraluminum for repairs, so... Actually rarer than the tier 6 resources out here. Yeah, nothing. Okay, let's load up on iron. Get this other water thingy built. And then the death still may have finished actually, so that'll be good timing. Have I got fuel? I do. Actually gonna need more fuel soon as well, but once water production's sorted, fuel production should be easy. I'm definitely gonna find one more duraluminum though, before we get back to base. Even if I have to take a bit of a circuitous route to find it. If you are looking for the fire opals for a Landsrad though, I do recommend kind of following behind storms, because they seem to quite often like respawn them. It may be anecdotal evidence, but definitely seemed to be the case. And I will be doing some storm chasing to try and confirm. And of course now we can't find a single one. They're often clustered together. There's like a little trail of them. So you find one, you'll find many, usually. It's a very brown looking flower sand. Whoops. Aha. Yeah, Opal Fire Gems is what they're called. Which I think is just a Junie way of saying fire opals. See what I mean? Little clusters of them. And I bet this was along the path that the storm we dodged took. 3. Perfect. Right, let's drop these, grab these, and then pick up as much of that as we can. Okay. Nice. Means that we can repair the shield and not die. Like, it's probably still doable without a shield, but you would need a lot of heals, and you wouldn't want to do it in a still suit. Probably a lot of sniper and poisoning people. So this... and repair. That's not happening. That's happening, but not yet. I think everything else is fine. It's got 3 minutes, and then that's going to give us a load of water. How much do we need for the other water storage? 7. Okay. This is 1 for 1, so as soon as we got 7 of those, we'll actually switch over to steel. Probably put the blood in too. Fill the containers. Two more. Oh, I just used up all the water because I'm an idiot. Actually, it doesn't matter. How long's the body gonna take? I guess I could just chuck some water in here. Do. 8, but and one more. Nice. So that's quite a lot of water now. 75,000 milliliters, which is getting there. It's getting there. And we should have a change of bodies in 1 minute 40. Right, I'm gonna have to do something about this storage for my sanity. We're getting there, mate. We're getting there. Water production is almost sorted. Almost. You know what? Because it makes as much sense of anything, I'm going to sort things by colour. So blue stuff is going in here. Blue and purple. And brown stuff is going in here. That's kind of brown. I guess white stuff goes in here. White and grey. Yeah. Blue, purple, and pink. Fine. It's kind of brown. It's kind of brown. Grey, white, white, blue. Okay. Grey. Orange. Sure. She might as well keep these separate. This can go in here. This can be ore and metals for now. These can just go in there as well. Okay, so that body disappeared. And we want another one. Get that juicing. Oops. Okay, not many green things in the game. So, this is gonna be... Oops. Ore ingots. This is gonna be gear. This is gonna be misc. This is gonna be blue stuff. Grey stuff. Grey white. This is an utterly insane way to sort your storages, by the way, but it'll do for now until we get decent sized containers. And it's a bit of fun. Okie dokie. So, that's going. We've got a wind trap going. We've got a death still going. We've got only a crappy little refinery at the moment, but we should be relatively close to the next one. Yeah, it just needs like a bit of a steel haul, which is fine. We can do that later. This is going to take a while. We might even get this up next after the medium refinery. What else is on the hit list? Okay, it would be quite nice to get these up. We could almost do these actually already. Huh. Definitely want more of these. So more silicon, more steel. Aluminium as much as I can possibly get. This must produce plastinium as well. I didn't realise that. That's actually kind of helpful. Like it must do, because you need plast to make this. So it must be producible in here. Okay. Well, that seems pretty good. Have I got any other junk on me? Yes, I've got a load of blue things. They go in the blue box. We are going to need some fuel. How are we doing for water? Actually, you know what? I'm going to spend some water on some fuel now. Rather than run out and be completely screwed at some point in the future. Future me will thank me. Whee! And we'll take 3, I guess. Okay. This thing. So actually, the scout storage is probably the next most useful thing. Not the thruster, not the Mark V. Storage. Right, so for that we need the other refinery. Which is where we will start tomorrow, on tomorrow's stream. So thank you everyone for joining. I hope you enjoyed it. I enjoyed my first day of this challenge, trying to do everything without any stuff from Hagga. And I think we're going to get there. We may even get all vehicles, which would be huge. But for now, I'm going to end here because I'm hungry. And that's 4.5 hours, geez. Thank you all for joining me. Have a good rest of your evening, and I hope you join me tomorrow for some more. Cheers all. Bye.